And we got it. All right. Let's put that down. kill the volume on the new screen we just added. That was the wrong button. All right. I got a new system now, so we're trying this out for the first time. We got a screen up top. We got my other phone here. We got you guys recording right there. Pointing at you. Yes, I know. And I got my other microphone charging because I forgot to plug these in, and I don't even think this thing has a internal battery, so all right, we're gonna start today off with a couple of bottle tops, and then as people trickle in, figure out what we want to see. And actually, I don't feel like typing right now. Let me know what you guys want to see down here in the comments, because I am that lazy sometimes. Actually, I want to move this screen around real quick. Forgive me. It's all part of trialing new things and new setups. Let's lock this in down here. I gotta loosen up one more thing, and I'm sorry I'm bumping what you guys are seeing. That should be all it takes. All right, looks good to me. Fog. Based on some previous experience with this style, they're too tall. So we're gonna cut these down a little bit. I got some people wanting some potential rings, so I'm going to save those for ring ones. The other reason why I'm going to be cutting these down. I also forgot. I got to move this mic. Hat. Okay. Whoa. Now let's cut one more piece off. Well, whatever that one, we'll find it later. All right. A little bit of Mountain Dew. A little bit of speed turned up. Put that speed down and grab this gouge. Yeah. All right. How are we doing? If there's anything besides this you guys want to see, let me know. Throw in the comments, please. All right. Turn a little bit of an edge on that. Pull it down a little bit. You don't want your tools to ever get too hot. It will actually mess the heat treat. We got a little bit. I think I was going to go on top of a whiskey bottle. How's everybody doing? Oh, the whole one person says it's watching. I didn't realize my chat screen was 30 seconds behind. Stand this up. Watching for any comments. If anybody wants anything specific they want to see me work on today. We got pens ready. We got tops ready. I got 4 more of these while I'm waiting. This is the only acrylic one we have today, so. Cannot wait until spring to pull everything out of here. Get my plans for how I want the shop flow or workflow to go starting next year. Well, starting after the spring when I can strip everything and rearrange everything. gonna be a fun time to be in here. Also want to get the rest of the floor covered with anti-fatigue matting. Why do I still feel... Oh, there's... Wow, they're big. All right. Feels like I finally got it out. Before I sand this up again, that little divot should sand out, hopefully. Let's give it one more little pass. Sorry, rearranging a couple tools so I can get my foot up here. Double checking chat. Get this out of the way. Don't forget, I am looking for what you guys want to see done. At the time I started this, the poll said lathe work. When I'm done here, I actually have some work to do on some of my stands, which is going to be coming out eventually. I guess. Oh. Dude, I forgot I got 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I got 3 of these that actually need work done to them, so hope I have enough pegboard for everything. All right. All right. It's not dirty. I cleaned my lathe. It's not rusted out anymore. It's not dirty. It's gonna go for a whiskey bottle topper. You know, if I had some of the chains to make it a light bulb, I totally would just make you buy it. Give me a dirty mind. that. I swear I forgot how bad resin or acrylic can be at times. I haven't been out here 10 minutes and I'm already covered in dust. Wait, how long is... I guess maybe it's been a little longer now. But I haven't been working on this for more than a few minutes. My hoodie's already covered. Ridiculous. Wax worked in. Here's number one. Get some zebra wood on here. Let's do this one, make it a little harder. And more dangerous. I think it was one of the videos I just recently released, which is going over why I don't like using these. They're actually some of the most dangerous tools I have. For the lathe, anyway. By far the most dangerous, probably. It's either this or the bandsaw. Two most dangerous machines in the shop. It's like my neighbors are having their homemade range day. pushing off. No. Get your head out the gutter. I gotta say though, I really do like this new setup. It's gonna take a little bit of getting used to, but once we get there, it's gonna be nice. sanding. That was almost bad. Oh, sawdust in the eye. Always feels lovely. Best thing you can do is just blink. I'm the only one that's obsessed with Forged in Fire. I know I'm late to the show, but it's really good. It's too quiet. I'm trying to get people to talk. It's probably just cold. Moving a little water around, just making sure it's nice and dry. All right. Two more of these, and what else do we want to do today, folks? We got tops, we got pens. We do pens, I'm gonna have to take you guys over to a sander for a few minutes though, because I don't have any of them squared up. Actually, no. I forgot, I brought something else out here. We'll use the way I used to do it. Should have a drill over here. Yeah, I do, right there. Yeah, I got everything I need. If I do bowls, I'm going to try to find a couple other things, which might take a few minutes. I don't know if any of my bowl gouges are ready to go. Let's give this a minute or two to dry. I'll see if I can start finding what I need. It's gonna be that easy. Nope, that's our 45 degree. I need the 60. Stupid things fell a little while ago, and I don't know which ones fell, which ones did. Any more dough. A little wet. That stuff usually dries a lot quicker, but when it's cold out, sometimes it takes a little bit longer. Heck did it go? That's fairly dry. Let me get through right through here real quick. I'll get back to this. That's what one of those got off too. This is why as soon as spring hits, put everything out of here. I'm trying to get some videos done up ahead of time so I can take a week or two off and get this stuff done. That's the one I need right there. That's you. The number refers to the angle it sharpens, or it sets my grinder to. Plug gouges do take it 60 degrees. All right. Why is this thing not? One second, my other screen that tells me or keeps me up to date with chat isn't updating. I am trying a whole new setup today where I've actually got 2 phones and my iPad to keep up with chat. I don't have any healing, man. And for some reason, that's not giving it to me on this one. What the heck is going on? Let me get this. That's weird. I don't see a somebody's. My hosting it phone says somebody made a comment about sucking on helium and doing this. I don't see it anywhere else. I'm a little confused. Unless there's a way you can take comments back. But I don't have helium. I don't know what you mean, dude. It says it was yours. And for those of whom that aren't privy to the private conversation going on, it's one of my friends that's in here that likes to mess with me. Because the phone I get texts on while I'm doing this is too far away for me to be able to really effectively reply back there, so I just talk. Yeah. Yeah, well. So instead of doing the last 2 of these, I think I'm just going to switch over to bowls now. Because I haven't done them in a while, and let's be honest, I kind of miss it a little bit. No. My hoodie looks wet, but that's really just a dust line. It's kind of funny. I so wish I had a metal forge though. I've been watching too much Forged in Fire lately. All I want to do is start making knives. I realize I haven't even been counting on just applying heavy coat after heavy coat. So I feel like this wood would be a really pretty knife scale too. You guys will have to forgive me when I start watching YouTube. When they try something new, I get all excited about it. It's all I think about in the back of my head. I want to get the three screws right, which it does. I'm actually thinking about doing because I do have a Miracle Maker knife scale right here. And I just found this. Let me get it out of packaging right quick. Because I was thinking about doing that, but after seeing this wood again, part of me wants to do that instead. I'm not sure what type of metal this blade's made from, but we got this right here that needs handles made. It's fake Damascus, it's chemically etched into there, but definitely cannot wait to do this. Ooh, right there it should be. It says it's Damascus steel. I'll have to look up what SK709 is. But if I do this, it's going to be for me if I can get a few more of these. I will warn you guys, if I do these, they're probably going to be close to $150 to $200. Because this alone, just this piece for the blade, it's like almost $100 before I touch it. So just throwing that out there, if I do it to sell any, it will cost a pretty penny. And even just putting a handle on, they can turn the scales on. It takes a little bit of knowledge, a little bit of know-how. It'd be quite difficult at times. I've done a handful of them. But all right, let's get this finished up. But if anybody out there that actually does make knives, though, if you're willing to take somebody on to teach them, please hit me up. I am absolutely 100% wanting to try it. I've worked around molten metal before, so I'm not a total newbie. I just don't have a lot of the stuff I need. And if we do it, just be warned, I do want to make it Damascus. And they make cheese and stuff too. Like, I am not, yeah, I really want to try it. Really, 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 really want to try it. All right, there's that. Chuck. I really, really, really don't like using the chucks I use with this on the bowls. I don't know why, it's just something about it that makes me a little uncomfortable. But I might not have a choice. Where did my other chuck go? I could have swore it was on the back side of this table. Let me look one more time. Anytime I get worked up or I'm in a hurry, I overlook things, so I always try to go back and look a second time. Try to take a minute or two to breathe. It's not there. That's what I was looking for earlier. That's not the chuck I need. Alright. Let's get that over there. Slide this side of the bottle. This side of the line. That's the other reason why I want to go through my whole shop. Hopefully when I lose stuff like that. Unless I put it on my... Although that would be about my intelligence, though. Put it somewhere doesn't make sense and then walk away. Forget that. Alright. Well, I guess we're doing it with the ones I don't like. Here we go. Oh. I got the grater set up. I think I have... Is my worm screw in here? That would be amazing if it was, but I don't think it is. I don't see it. While I'm digging, my worm screw is basically a really big, really coarse hunk of metal that's got a thread on it that is designed to bite into wood and just grab a hold of it and not let go. As long as you set it up right and you don't get too aggressive, they're very effective at holding wood. If you go too aggressive, it can't let a blank fly. I don't see that either. I would say I need to go grab another one, but I know I have 2 or 3 of them floating around here. Well, how am I gonna do this? I got it. Use one of these. Grab a couple of screws. I think I know where I got some out here. Again, this is what happens when I start to go through stuff and move stuff around. Let go, guys. These are going to be a little bit small, but strong. Harder. Yep. All right. Go with this piece of sassafras. Go figure, I just dropped one. And I only grabbed 4. Eh. I'll have to run over and grab another couple in a minute. That's why you never grab, if you need 4, you never just grab 4. All right. So when you start off with this, you need the middle. Wait, so that's actual Damascus? Is that what you're telling me? Because if that's real Damascus, dude, that just made me super happy. And I will absolutely be buying more if that's the case. Because they tried telling me at the store it's not real Damascus, it's just etched. And if it is real, I'm going to be doing that like here in the very near future. But I'd be really interested to know when I do the video on it, do you guys want to see acrylic or wood? Although I'm thinking wood because it has more timeless look to it, and I'd rather sell the other half of that acrylic piece I got. Alright. It's one bottle of Mountain Dew down. Alright, so that thing finds the center. This means my block is not I think that'll easy for you guys to see. That right there tells me that is not centered at all. So what we're gonna do is just line this up as best we can in the middle. The center is somewhere between these two lines. So it's gonna be right about there. Three screws I have it. I'm gonna run over and grab a couple more because I need 4 to hold this thing in there right. I didn't realize it's been so long. It's been so long since I've done this. I'm doing. So this is gonna be fun doing it live. All right, I'm gonna run and grab the couple. At the little jar screws I'm using for this today, because I don't know where I have any of these laying around. Yeah. All right, we're gonna put this back up where it's easier for me to see. Wow, that's really good. Woo! That'll wake you up. That's made me a thing of tea before I came out here. It's got blackberry infused honey with a little bit of sugar. And we're gonna back you guys up a little bit. And anyway, it's got a little bit of sugar, just regular old black tea and blackberry infused honey. Stuff's really good. All right. Anytime you do bowls, it's one of the few times, let me move you guys again, I like to change the gearing on my lathe to start. So in order to do that, we need to go in this little side right here. So I open this up, I pull this lever. I don't think you guys can really see this, unfortunately, but there's actual gear, or there's 2 wheels in here. I like to slip this over to the middle gear ratio. It slows everything down a little bit, but it gives it more torque. I can All right. Once that's done, bring this back over to here. The other critically important thing about making a bowl like this, do not turn it on full speed. If you've seen other people where their lathe starts rattling and throws off, you get too much vibration, it will throw things. Like I'm actually getting everything off the lathe that's loose because it will vibrate off. Which means things like this chuck. Oh crap, I don't have the right chuck. Here really quick. All right. I got to get this thing closed up as much as I possibly can right now. And I'm going the wrong way. When it comes to this, thinking ahead is key. And having everything ready to go, critical. I'm still nervous about these screws, so I'm almost be trying to put this off as long as I can. Where's my thing that WD-40? That was the thing, WD-40 to loosen it up a little bit. Walk this back one more time, hoping to find the chuck I really need. Alright, I'm not seeing it, so we're just gonna, again, just douse that, douse that, douse that. I think I got knocked off under my table. We're gonna get digging through that here in a minute. But first, we're gonna knock these edges off. Everybody brave? Everybody ready? I'm surely not. We're gonna grab my cryogenic bowl gouge for this. I definitely want my face shield on. I've had a few bowls blow up in my face before, so if it happens once, you generally don't forget until you do. I've been getting it again. It's a good reminder. Really hurts, really stinks. We're also gonna hope I don't make a nice fancy funnel. This is what happens when you blow the bottom of your bowl out. All right. Lathe is on. Let's turn the speed up. Get it going the correct way. And this is what I mean when I say start slow. All right, here we go. Oh my goodness. Wow. It's the first time I've ever worked with sassafras and I just got a whiff of this. This smells amazing. Wow, that smells good. Let me get my tailstock in. I don't want area to move through here. All right, let me put an edge on this real quick. This stuff smells amazing. I wish I would have done that sooner. That's what we want to have this one sit here today. All right, while I'm doing that. All right. All right, grinder's off, lathe is on, nice and sharp. Bring the speed up a little more. There's something weird. All right. I just completely forgot what I was doing for a second. There it is. Put my truck in the wrong spot. All right. All right, so what I got to do here, I've got, this is 2 inches across. So I want to make this about 2 1/8, 2 16, somewhere around in there. So what I need to do is find the exact center. The way I do that is just take a marker. Just realize you guys can't really see what's going on. Alright, so ignoring all this, it might be kind of hard for you guys to see, but when it's running, I just touch it with a marker like this, and that's how you can actually get an idea of where you need to be. Where'd I just put that to? There it is. My back pocket. See, it really is how people work. We lose our tape measure all the time. All right, so I need to that mark. What I'm gonna do right now is flop this around, lock that down, and I want to get this where it needs to be. So I have this to cut out. And the reason we're doing this, you'll see in a little bit. But first, I need to get you guys a little bit out of the way. So let's try this. Unplug my phone. That should give me a little bit more that I need. Lock that down. Get that there. Get the light out of way, but then I can still see. All right. I got this all ready to go. I'm gonna turn this up a little bit more. When you're doing this, just remember slow and smooth. There. And now, because I want to keep this as tight as possible, we're going to test fit that. Won't go in, still too big, or it's still too small. I want that to go in as tight as possible, which means we're just going to keep kissing a little bit more off. Because the thing to remember when you're doing this, you take a 16th off here, you automatically have a 16th off there, you got an 1/8 inch. So it does not take much. All right. All right. So when we're doing this, this is how we mount it to the lathe when we flip it around for the inside. And I'm actually angling in just a little bit, so just the outside sits down. A little cheater trick to make sure everything stays flat, so it'll sit flat. Because if there's nothing there to hold it up, and it does not take much, but if there's nothing there to hold it up, it'll always sit flat for you. All right. All right. So with that, now we gotta finish taking off this side. All right. That. All right. Get this thing back on. Let's go. We're not quite done in here as well, but for now, it's good enough. Actually, yes. Eventually, we'll be using this tool. It has one job. What that job is, I'll show you in a little bit. So I got a flat spot. Now it's just a matter of trying to get these flat spots out of here. Once that's done, it'll be a whole lot easier. Still a little bit of a flat. That little bit, it's a little bit too much. Hope it'll stand out. So what we're gonna do is put a finishing lip on it. Oops. And when I'm just kissing it with this edge like that, this is actually turning this into a skew. There's 4 different types of cuts on these that a traditional gouge can do. Off the top of my head, I forget what they're called, but I know how to do them. I'm not always great with technical terms, but I know how to do things. All right. I do still have it. I'm gonna be busting out my little sander today. I'm not going to water puff these on every step, but I am here for the simple fact that this first one, it's really not wanting to sit flat, so there we go. I didn't mean to drop the one the first time, so. But I found a replacement tab that's the same grit, so we're just gonna roll with it. So we're just gonna sand this down. Nice and smooth. We're gonna start working inside of the tenon here. Now we're gonna grab that other tool at this point. This is our Tekna tool with its one purpose in life, and that is this cut right here. And that's it. That's all it does. But what this does is it gives you the perfect angle for the lip of that to catch and grab. When you only use it for one thing, they stay sharp for a really long time. So while we're sanding this stuff up, what we'll do is what I'm starting to think about is the next steps. What am I going to have to do after this? Because this is also, once I'm done here, the absolute last time I'll be able to do anything on the bottom here. So you have to be sure of what you're doing, especially on the bottom. The edges, sometimes you can redo. Sometimes it blows up, sometimes it doesn't. You just gotta it's always a challenge, but that's why we do this, right? I really can't get over the way this wood smells. I need to get me some more sassafras. We are going to water pop this again at 1000 grit, which is the sanding pad after this. All right, here's 800 grit going. Sorry, I gotta reply to somebody. I'm back, sorry. All right, that's 1000, so we're just gonna give this a couple spurts, just by hand.
Give that a minute to dry up. All right. Outside's dry, so we're gonna keep going with this. All right, and for the last and final water pop to the outside, squirt, squirt, squirt. That around a little bit. It's really weird though, how I'm not getting, I figured I was hoping for more comments from this. All right, here we go. Nice and smooth, all water popped. I really cannot believe I have never worked with sassafras before and how nice it looks. So now we're gonna burnish this. Burnishing is where you just take some of the shavings that you get a nice handful of them, and it's just friction. It's all nice and burnished up now. This is where I follow the same or very similar process to finishing a pen. We start it with Pen Plus. Believe it or not, yes, this is how I finish my bowls. It is a foods. Wait a second. Do I have walnut oil out here? That would be even nicer. I don't think I have walnut oil. I'm gonna have to go grab me a bottle. I don't see any out here. Because while I'm thinking about it, because again, I haven't done this in forever. Yeah, I don't have walnut oil. I ran out. Or it's in my carving bag, which I'm not gonna run and grab. because I've got like 3 carving bags. I don't know which ones. Okay. I have no idea where. All right. Well, since I don't have that, I won't deny now that I'm actually back into my bold mindset, walnut oil is definitely a much better option. It's faster, it's easier to apply. I can't believe I don't have a bottle out here. I think I actually ran out of it because I usually wipe my carvings down with walnut oil too. Because the disadvantage of Pens Plus, salad dressing can actually break this stuff down. So we're just gonna put a real heavy coat on right here, right now. I want as much on here as I can get. Work it all in. All right, so we're gonna run this at a nice slow speed. This is 320, by the way, this is what 324 RPM looks like. When I have it geared up the way when I'm running spindle work, that is the low speed of the other gear ratio. That is about 650. So, and if I go with the low end speed, I can actually slow this down to 50 RPM. Which is, it looks like it's barely moved. It's ridiculous. But really, really nice if it's really, really rough, or if you really just need as much torque as possible to cut through stuff. There are times I need that speeds that slow, but it's really not that common. Huh. I think my supervisor just tried calling my personal phone, which is really weird. I didn't think she had that number. It's also really funny because she didn't put some hours in she was supposed to last I checked. All right. Let's get this thing up to speed, get some wax on it. Now we're going to work all that wonderful finish and wax in. Alright, there we go. The last thing I like to do before I pull it off the lathe is a very complicated trick of Alright, now we're going to lock my spindle. When I say lock the spindle, I mean this can no longer spin, so when you pull it tight, it will actually do what I just did. Lock it up so I can pull it off. Flip that around, and with it locked, this way nothing breaks loose. All right, that's all done. We're gonna put our rods back in my pen chuck. I don't need that on low speed. And we're done with that. All right, now I'm gonna get this set up the way I normally do for hollowing. But first, we are going to move you guys over. And just so you know, when I am doing this for production, I do 5 or 6 this way, flip it around, and then then I'll do the same on the inside. Once you start this, you cannot stop unless you'll actually risk it warping. Because if anything changes, once you start opening up fresh wood, you can actually have your bowls warp or do weird things. So it's best to just, if you start it for that day, if you can, finish it. If you can't, get to it as soon as possible the next day. All right. Put that over there. Alright, that light actually is in frame. Cool. All right. This is a carbide hollower specifically designed to do this job. All right, we got about another inch we can get in. Alright. Alright. That ain't too bad. We got about another 3/4 of an inch we can take out of the bottom. Alright, we're going to switch to the finishing carbide, which is our bigger one, because I don't want to get anything too tight at this point, because that's when we risk blowing through stuff. Alright. So from here, everything is nice and smooth. The only thing I don't like is the inside lip. So what I'm going to do is take this guy and we're going to put a little bit more of a straight chamfer on it. Perfect. Now we gave that a little bit too sharp of an edge, so we're going to smooth that out. All right. Now, from there, I'm going to ditch the face shield. Whew. We are going to start sanding. Still don't have any new comments. All right. Let's crank this heat all the way up. And scooch it forward. Oh, man. All right. All right. This one is kind of rough, so I'm going to actually start with the 60 grit too. So it's down to about 1,000 RPM, and here we go. Alright. It's still fairly rough in there, but alright, there's the whew. Alright. Saying I am hitting just barely a little bit of the outside because it does help. When you're coming up and around, it does really help keep that transition nice and smooth. Alright, before I keep going, the inside of a bowl is the hardest thing I've found thus far to smooth out on a lathe. So this is not uncommon for me to be having these kinds of heavy issues because this still feels really rough in there. I'm actually thinking about, if my drill is set up right to do this, which it should be, taking the power option and actually using a drill with a sanding pad and going back down to 60 grit because I don't like the way this feels. Alright, I need a couple tools out of my way to get my foot in the right position. And I have started sitting while I stand because it does make life a little bit easier. And that little bit of drill time is all it took to get all those rough edges out. Because where that grain is very, very deep. So now we're gonna let this water do its thing, get those fibers to stick up. I'm gonna give it a minute while it dries, figure out why my chair's not sitting level, or if it's just me being crazy. I We'll give this a minute to dry up. Okay. So that's... I'm going to reply to a couple texts I've gotten in. Again, while this is drying, it still feels really smooth, which is always a good thing. All right. You know what? I'm gonna pop this. While that's finishing up its thing, I'm gonna swap these propane tanks around real quick because we're actually under a weather warning for low temps. Now that I just saw that comment, not that I've heard of, my dude. It's been pretty quiet. Granted, I've kind of been keeping my head down. You know some of the stuff that's been going on since I told you Friday, which I'm still a little upset about, but hey. Propane tanks are heavy to get over your head. All right. Closing that off. Hey. Right there is the guy I was looking for. Hair of the Bear custom knife. Or custom knives. That dude is awesome if you're looking for custom blades. I actually met him at a show this last summer. And thought he said he was going to try making a curving knife. I don't know if he has or not. I want to hit him up here soon though. See, I might hit him up tomorrow. I just found his card, so. Considering I would love to be able to even just hang out with him again. The dude's cool. Definitely my kind of guy. Type of person I like to hang out with is very salt of the earth. All right. Oh great, now the cold coughs are gonna hit. One disadvantage of having asthma, when it gets stupid cold, I actually start coughing up a storm sometimes. Alright, next propane tank is open and ready. We are gonna cycle the heater and start getting a little more heat pumped out. Heater off, heater on, starter on. All right, I don't want to turn it up too high. All right. Whew. All right, let's get back to sanding. All right. And by the way, if anybody's got any ideas for stuff they want to see made, feel free to throw them out. I've got a notepad sitting next to me with some pens in my pocket. Trying to think of things to keep the comments coming. I do have about 20 or 30 videos put in the back burner right now that are all uploaded and ready. This coming Friday is going to be the final assembly on the pen I made, first one of the year. Sorry, just reading the comment. And I got a comment for you in a second. Most of what I've got ready to rock and roll is either time-lapse heavy or just me chatting. I've got a few one video recorded right now that's tools and stuff I don't recommend, and some of them might be a bit surprising. A couple of them I've actually used on the channel, but sorry, it's something going off in my ear. You might find that what I don't recommend surprising, or you might find it surprising. I don't know. Another one I'm actually thinking about recording as soon as we call it today, which I'm nowhere near ready to. Although I'm not doing more bowls after this, I'll tell you that right now. So whatever you want to see after this, throw it up. Yeah, and I actually just was watching a video here not too long ago and had something pointed out, and I actually kind of regret some of the decisions I've made, which is going to be a video I want to start up, if not as soon as this is over, probably tomorrow, while I heat the shop up after I have to open everything up. So I got some wood in the bed of my truck I need to get out, and it needs to come back here, so I might just drive it around and unload that. And then the cup idea. All a cup is, man, I'm assuming you're a dude, is this. This is how you would make a cup. I would just start with a smaller piece of wood. The problem is some of the toxins that can be in wood can leach into whatever it is you're drinking if you let it sit for too long. Or like if you're doing like wines and stuff like that. Plus then you run the risk of staining the actual wood. And I don't know that I have any hard maple blanks over there that I'd be comfortable to even remotely try it out of. So, and like sassafras, before I can sell this, I actually have to go in and see if this is something I would even feel safe having it up on a table without having a warning on it that says, not food safe. Personally, I don't think any wooden bowl should ever be used for food, but I think I'm in the minority on that opinion. I think they're much better for decorative pieces or putting things that you intend to, I just think they're really good for decoration. So, that. What's that say? That's not nice, man. Yeah, I know, but there's better options out there these days. All right. I'm gonna drill the rest of this out. So we're gonna start popping grain. The drill I'm stupidly unplugged, so I'm gonna plug that back in. Alright. And could I just say this new camera mount is amazing? It's not even supposed to be used for a camera mount, it's supposed to be for everything else, but I'm really happy with the way it's working. I knew what you meant. Alright, let's get that out of the way. I think I bumped that over. And let's actually make this easier for everybody to see. I'll turn that a little warmer so it doesn't overexpose, so it's easier for everybody to see. For you guys, I'll be honest, it doesn't really affect me that much. Yeah. All right. Hey, look at that ugly guy. It is. All right. See how we're looking, more importantly, feeling. All right, feels fairly dry. All right, that's our last water pop. drying out. And I'm gonna, while I get this going, I'm gonna get an answer ready. Is sassafras wood safe for food use in a bowl? We'll get ChatGPT running on that while we do this. Okay. Oh, wow. Okay. So this is definitely not going to be one for food use. Let me finish burnishing the very bottom of this. Okay. So the short answer, sassafras wood is not generally recommended as a food contact surface for bowls or utensils without caution, especially concerned about long-term health effects. The wood itself has potential issues that make some woodworkers cautious about food use. The concerns are it's a naturally occurring there is a naturally occurring compound in the plant, especially the roots, especially in the roots and bark, that is shown to have possible effects in laboratory studies and was the reason FDA banned sassafras oil from commercial food like root beer. It says toxicity in the wood. Sources report that oil extracted from both roots and the wood itself can be toxic and weakly carcinogenic if ingested. What that means for a bowl. A raw unfinished sassafras bowl could potentially transfer trace amounts of extractives like safrole into food, especially fatty foods that absorb oils, similar to concerns with other woods that exude natural extractives. This is way too complicated for me. Some woodworkers report respiratory irritation or sensitization from sassafras dust while working, which suggests biologically active compounds are present. If you want to use it, thoroughly dry and age the wood. Fresh wood tends to have more volatile compounds. I will tell you this blank has been sitting in my shop for over 2 years. It's definitely dry, and I got it after it was I'm not sure what you mean by yes it is. I'm looking this up on ChatGPT right now. So I know this piece of wood's been in my shop after it was kiln dried for at least 2 years. I think it's closer to 3.5, but I can't remember off the top of my head. I know 2 years is safe. So it's definitely been dried and aged well. Finish it well. We're actually going to put a food safe finish in here just so I can show you guys how I do that, and it's not Thinx Plus. Thinx Plus is food safe. It's just a bunch of waxes captured or held in alcohol. However, like I said earlier, salad dressing can actually take it out, and I definitely want something like this to be sealed up good. So it's saying use mineral oil, walnut oil, which I don't have, and walnut oil can actually affect you if you have a nut allergy. So I'm thinking maybe I should just switch to mineral oil for this, or for bowls. See, I'm learning stuff as we're sitting here. All right. It would definitely be better for dry food if it was to be used for food. Then it's giving me a list of stuff that is 0 chance of any issues, which is hard maple, cherry, walnut, beech, and olive wood. Which I don't think I have olive wood blanks. That's one of the hardest woods for me to get my hands on. So in order to do this with a food safe finish, which again, it is my favorite go-to, board butter, or as I recently changed the name to, wood butter. Although I did think I did screw up my last 2 batches and put a little too much wax in. But it still offers protection. And it's one of those I'm still chasing the perfect formula for what I'm looking for. Because I don't like it quite as oily as this one is, but I like it oily for early steps. So oily it is. And I happen to have this one sitting out here. So what we'll do, you just put a real thick coat on this and give it about 5-10 minutes just to soak in. I want a little bit more than that, so we're gonna pull even more out of this. When I say 5 to 10 minutes, because we're on a live, it's probably gonna be closer to 5, and I'm gonna do a few tricks to help it along with going by quick. I think I have what I need out here. And if I don't, then I'm gonna figure out a way to do it anyway. So while I'm walking over here to see if I got my heat gun, oh, I think I just gave away what I'm gonna do. Of course, I say that when I actually know right where it's at. I just need to plug it in. That's amazing. It's almost warm where I'm sitting. And I can see my breath not 10 feet away. It's absolutely incredible the way thermodynamics work sometimes. Yeah. Still, I'm always hesitant for other types of wood, so. Anything, clear that here, go back to this, flip that over, and we're just gonna hit this thing. We're just gonna let this thing do its thing. All right, so this is another trick that you can use when I'm doing this in the summertime. What I like to try to do is just set the stuff out in the sun if I can. Just realized I'm getting a little bit of smoke out of it, which means I'm getting a little too hot. So since I think I got one person left, you want to see anything besides tops or pens? Because it's all I got left to do today. All right. Wow. That is beautiful. So what I'm gonna do now, that thing's beautiful on the inside. Holy cow. I'm gonna put a little bit more of that board butter in this. Wood butter, sorry. My simple brain cannot comprehend that I changed the name, because it is good for anything for food contact, whether it's kitchen spoons, cutting boards, bowls. All right. And if you're asking why I didn't put beeswax on the outside, that's actually the other half of the components for wood butter. Mineral oil and beeswax mixed together in a ratio that the last one I used I didn't like, and I tried eyeballing it. And I think I screwed that up royally, but it's still food safe, so I'm letting it go. So we'll just set that off to the side and let it cool off naturally. Because as it cools, it will what's the word I'm looking for? The pores will close up and pull it in nice and deep, and then I'll wipe it down. And then, yeah. Because what I like to do in the summer is actually put it in there, set it in the sun for the day, assuming it's not going to rain. Let it heat up that way, and then wipe it out, put a fresh coat in the next morning, let it heat up for an hour or two, and then give it another wipe out, or wipe it off again right around noon. Take it inside, let it cool off in the AC before I pack it up for shows. Wow, I keep losing my train of thought today. I am not tired at all. But yeah, because then I let it cool off inside, wipe it down once, wipe it down a second time, a couple hours later if I have the time, and if I don't, I wipe down everything, then go through, wipe it down a second time, and then pack it up. And I always try to have some paper towels with me at shows, because it's really nice to be able to wipe that stuff down when you get to a show. Usually the way I get my finishing boards and bowls. Oh, I thought that cut off. It'll be oozing out for a while, and that's exactly what you want. Because if you can keep it where you keeps putting a little bit of finish out, it'll keep your stuff taken quite care. It'll take care of your stuff really well. Since I'm not hearing anything and I got a ton of pens I got to get done, we're gonna switch this over for pens right quick. Get that under there, pull this back up. All right, I am gonna disconnect you guys, kill the video feed for a second. We're not going nowhere, folks. Well, sorry, but we're moving, we're not leaving. It's not over. I gotta get some of these pens squared off, and I figured you guys might like to join me for that. So I'm gonna go to the cold side of the shop for a little bit. And I move too quick, and I don't feel like making anybody seasick to watch me run. So we are over by the sander. I've got my tripod up and ready. Throwing the phone in. Of course, everybody leaves when I transition. I'm sorry. If you come back and watch later, I appreciate it. If you don't, well, what the heck. All right. So here's my 12-inch disc sander. Get that thing on, get her running. I brought 3 blanks. I got a bunch more I got to do. So there's one side ready. All right, so where you get that brass that's nice and flush there, and it's not flush there, it's down inside. All I'm doing is getting the square. And I'm listening for the change because you'll hear it any second now. Not quite done. All right. When it gets a little bit higher pitched, that's when you know you've got the brass flush, and that's when we're done. There's a piece of blackwood, or African blackwood. All right. African blackwood ready, and this is a piece of ebony. I might have just found what I was wanting to find when we were done. That was definitely ebony. I recognize the smell. Doesn't have what I need in it for all that hardware. Oh, here's even more. If anybody knows where I can get these individually without having to buy a whole kit, please let me know. I really need a bunch. All right, I don't have anything else over here, so let's head back to the warm side. Not make you guys seasick while I run. Running, 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 running. All right. Video back on. We're gonna plug this phone back in. We're good to go. Our local chemist, apparently. Diva Charm. I don't need Diva Charm blanks anymore, or bushings anymore. We're not making none of those today. Awkward is one of the most awkward names of a pen I've ever heard. They actually look pretty cool though, I won't deny. Not my style, not something I would want, but they do look rather good. All right. Cool. We can do these. We can do the first one at 2. Woohoo! Just switching over to make some puns. Just finished a bowl. Let's do our 2 Blackwoods. So we'll start with our African Blackwood. By the time these come off, I'm not going to be able to tell you what's what for the record. African Blackwood and Ebony look almost identical when they're done. And we'll throw these bushings on. Unfortunately, they're the same size on each, so... Lock that down. That's clear. Speed up. We're going to change gears real quick. And by gears, of course, I mean on the lathe. You guys were here earlier. You saw how I do this. Fortunately, it's really hard to get the right angle to show you guys effectively. So let's not have it run in reverse. Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's get my chair out of the way so I can actually get to where I need to stand. I'm really confused. I don't think all your messages are going through, Mr. I have no bloody name. All right. All right, here we go for our first couple pens of the stream. But I don't know if all of your comments are going through because I see them on here, but I don't see them on the actual stream. And it's confusing me because I don't get it. I also have 2 different angles on this roughing gouge right now. I think I just got to sit down. I'm changing the angle that I'm using it at to see if it lasts longer. And I think I might. Where on earth is my extra roughing gouge at? Is that what I put this one on? All right, where's my big one? Biggest roughing gouge I own right here. For the record, it's rather large. I don't think I have enough tools. There's one. None of these seem to want to work. Oh, that was definitely wrong. Maybe not. I know what I'm doing tomorrow for the first little bit. Sharpening tools. All right, let's take this down a little bit. All right. So when I say you cannot, at least I can't tell the difference between African blackwood and black ebony. Here you go. That's why I say I have a hard time with it. All right, so we got, we'll sand those two, and we got this one ready after that. And by the way, everything that I'm working on pen-wise will be available come craft shows, or if you want them early, hit me up. I do ship. Alright, sandy, sandy, sandy. So we're up to 600 grit now. There's our 800. Now we start the water pop after this one. Woohoo! Water pops! Oh, I almost got it. All right, last water pop. I hate waiting for it to dry, but that's also why I refilled the heater, because it actually helps dry this stuff a lot faster, blowing hot air over here. Don't mind the finger. I cannot use this one to do that due to an injury. Nothing is meant by it. If you guys are really eagle-eyed, you can see what happens. Might actually do a video on how to avoid having that happen here in the near future. All right, and done. Now, we're gonna use a little trick we used on the bowls. Anytime you have enough shavings, you can do this with anything. That's called burnishing. Usually the trick is you use the same type of wood as what it is, because it won't add any new scratches. It just helps smooth everything out. You do that water pop trick. That's moving in the middle. I need to check that before we do the next one. I might have a bad mandrel. And if I do, I don't have any spares out here. I have a couple in my house, but I'm not going that far. If we do, I can still do the other one because it'll only come out to there. But after that, then and I'm going to show you guys how you can check to see if that's actually at a square here in a second. All right, that's our Pens Plus. I'm actually going to leave that separate. We're going to throw a little bit of Yorkshire grit on here and then heat it up and finish that up, and then finish it off with a little bit of beeswax and set our final shine and finish. So we'll put a little bit on there, a little bit on here, smear it out, smear, smear, smear. going to do a quick buff on it. And then set our finish. Again, it's just a series of waxes and one layer of and one coat of buffing compound just to really buff that up. Get this to them. Okay, it's not going to show up. These have an absolutely beautiful grain to them. The Blackwoods. So with this, oh, I only have 2 pen kits in here. Great. I have 3 more of these in the house, so I'm okay with doing the other one. But I like to break my kits down just like that, so when I go to assemble them, all the pieces are in each thing. And I try to keep them branched out like that. All right, now I'm gonna lock this down. There's nothing to tighten up. What am I thinking? All right, I will be right back. I gotta grab one thing. But while I'm grabbing it, you still can't get away from the sound of my voice. Oh no. Okay, I don't have the base I thought I did. I had my indicator. Where'd the base go? That's crazy. Okay, well maybe I can't check that right now. Alright, well, I don't have the base for my dial indicator. I can't actually measure it. That means I might have to grab my good one I got last year for Christmas. I was using inside the house to bring it in. But what we'll do is run it up to speed. And there's definitely a bounce to that. It's not here. And if this is perfectly straight, you wouldn't have the wobble there. It's not bad enough to make me stop, but it is bad enough to make me want to check this before I do too many more with longer tubes. The nice thing is, if it does have a bounce to it, because I'm taking it to bushings and because it's all the same, I can still get away with it. So, all right. And this is a dyed and stabilized piece of hard maple that they put the yellow or the pink in there. Cool. I was just checking chat. And now we're just gonna take this with the skew and shape it up. Let's do this right. All right. All right. All right. And there's that. This almost doesn't even need to be sanded, but we're going to do the final test. The little dihydrogen oxide. That got rough. All right. The dihydrogen oxide makes it feel rough. It needs sanded. Wow, that got hot quick. Would also help if you're not a dummy and remember to turn your lathe down. I normally don't sand at 3,600 RPM. That really hurt. Alright. Alright, while that dries, I need to go check something for a skinny minute. When I say a skinny minute, I mean like 10 seconds. And you guys still can't get away from the sound of my voice, so ha. All right, leopard wood. I do have basalt, sweet. Sorry, I can't quit thinking about the scales I want to do, so I want to see what woods I got back here that would look good on it. I might throw a poll up and give you guys 24 hours, but I probably won't because I'm going to do whatever I feel like. I didn't know I was a Buckeye. And that's my board of flame box elder. All right. I think my mind's made up. Coming back. All right. All right. All right. All right. That looks good to me. Let's get a little bit of finish on here. All right. You guys want me to put these to, well, the two kits I have that I can put together before we call it? I got one other thing I want to try before we do that, but figured I'd give you guys a chance now to vote. Assemble or not, to assemble or not assemble? That is the question. I feel like I'm a modern day Shakespeare after that question. And it's time to set the finish. And seriously, folks, to assemble or not to assemble? That is the question. If I can throw two of these together real quick. I don't have any of the other kits out here since I was missing a cap from one of them and didn't realize it when I was pulling stuff. I stole it out of there and I got to get a hold of the company that made it to see if I can get a replacement. And while we're deliberating on that, I'm going to throw this in here. Okay, so yeah. All right, that's that. And now we are going to try a new way of squaring off pen barrels. Woohoo! We got a cutter, we got an Allen wrench, we got some things that go down the middle. That's how I used to do this before I started. Okay, first guess was right. So then that gets fed up into there, just like that. Crank that tight. Now I just need a drill. Which, if you guys were here earlier, you'll know I have right next to me. I just need to drop a bit out of it. I never recommend doing this by hand like this, but I don't have a drill press out here, so we're just going to take our time and go gentle. So the trick is I'm waiting until I see a little bit of brass fly out, and then I know I'm all the way through. My chuck slipped. Never had my chuck slip. Oh, I know what it did. My chuck didn't slip. This set screw needs tightened up more. That's what it needs. I pushed too hard, probably. We're almost there. Here we go. And this one shouldn't take as long because it's not as far off. Almost. And there we go. All right, we got that. Whoops, I just tore my paperwork. Oopsies! All right. All right. Upper tube is the short one, so all right, and there we go. Now we just lock these into place. Flip this over, lock that down, and we are good to go. And here we go. see how this is looking so far. It's pretty. All right, let's get these down to bushing edges. All right, there's that. Skew, and we are going to shape this up. All right, we got a fresh edge. All right. Now we're on to sanding. Woohoo! And these are some of the roughest I've ever had, at least on video. So we're actually going to start off with a 60 grit. And I'm going to pop a squat because I feel like this one might take a minute. All right. All right, so here's our 60 grit. Put that up to about 3,000 RPM. I'm sorry, 1,000 RPM. All right. That clicking's coming from that. All right, folks. So, do you guys want to see some of these pens get put together? Because after this one's sanded up, I got 3 I can assemble right now. All right. Sex check. Hey! Sorry. Hey! Ow. Ew. Ow. All right. I think that was the last one. Usually it's 3. All right, let's heat this bad boy up and get her done. I'm gonna throw these the 3 we've done here today together as soon as I get this one finished up too, since I'm not getting any votes and I feel like making a couple pens today. Makes me feel like I actually got something done, seeing everything assembled. Ooh. I like how that darkened that up. That's really pretty. All right, let's knock this bad boy out. Hey, look at that, one hit. One thing when you use these, this is a knockout bar that I use to knock this out through where it's threaded, where this sits, right there. It's actually hollow. I don't think you can see that pop out through here. No, you can't. But yeah, it is hollow. I just got a bad angle there. Yeah. But the trick is you stick it in, you throw it. I don't know what it is, but when you throw it, it actually knocks anything in there out so much easier. That's the kind of physics that's for smarter people than me to figure out. So lock this down. I'm just tearing the setup out so you guys can see what I'm doing. So it's not, I don't have anything else in the way. All right, where'd my pen press go? Pen press acquired. We'll pop this in here. Bring you guys over here more. And there's that. All right, we're gonna start with the pink fountain pen. And I know I didn't tell you guys it was gonna be a fountain pen, but now I am. This style is very easy to assemble, very new turner friendly if you're interested in getting into making stuff like this. The instructions say do one at a time. I've done so many of these, I cheat, and I can actually hit both at the same time. Just make sure as it starts to go in that it goes in straight. I just realized that's gunmetal too. I thought it was silver. Cool. Because I really don't want to do gunmetal on the 2 black ones. And so the way I always prep these for shows and to sell them, that needs to go in a little further. I saw a little bit of daylight. That's why I always spin the pen while I assemble everything. I'm going to just pop that on again, watching for daylight in there, flip it around. The way I always like to prep my any fountain pen I sell, I take the ink cartridge, which actually goes into the pen this way. Then you push until it clicks. I take that so it can't accidentally get in there. Just throw it in upside down, toss that in, thread that together. And usually I take everything apart. I will leave these caps in the bubble wrap until it's done. And then it just clicks together. And it is a magnet that holds everything together. Then you can hear the ink cartridge in there. And I also try to keep these available. This is a converter where you can actually take a it usually comes in glass jars of pen ink and fill it up that way. And then we got the next one, which is definitely chrome, because I'm afraid the gunmetal will just be too dark for these. Just take that, start everything, make sure it stays nice and straight on both sides. You actually can destroy the tube in there if you're not careful. So there's that. And apparently my phone doesn't want to, thinks it's not connected to the internet right now, and I'm really confused as to why. I know I paid my bill because I'm on wireless for everything. Sorry, I was just screwing all this together. And this, nothing else is saying I'm disconnected, so I don't know what's going on. So there's the ink going in there. The pen nib going in. Everything is locked down. And if you ever get one of the from this style from me, if you would rather have this side, you can actually unscrew these, flip it around, and swap the ends in about 30 seconds, which is really nice. Because usually when I throw them together, I just throw them together, and I have had a few people, I like the way it feels this way better. Is there any way you can make another one then reverse that? And then you just unthread it in front of them, and they're like, oh, I didn't think it was that easy. It's like, well, usually it's not, but the style it is. All right, that's the easy one. Now let's do the hard one. I think I'm gonna have to restart my other phone because it just does not want to work, apparently. Which is weird because I've had it streaming YouTube this entire time and it's not been giving me any issues at all. Power off. All right. Now for this one, I actually do need the directions because there is a bunch of parts that go together just like that. And my earbud just went doo-doo. So we're gonna, there we go, that's booting back up. All right, so our upper tube, which is the short one, and you guys will see on the assembly video that's coming out this Friday, I actually put it together wrong and actually had to strip the entire thing and rebuild the entire thing back up. I thought it was pretty entertaining because usually I don't make mistakes nearly that bad. All right. So that fits that. That should fit this. So this is our cap. I just bring this in closer. And for this, I'll hold it up against there. Press that in. Run that up. And this should be enough to tighten everything else up. Here we go, nice and snug. So that's our tail cap ready. Unlocking my phone so it'll finish booting up. And this one actually came with 2 pieces. It says use version 2 upgraded parts or the original. I'm going to go with the original for this one. I don't know what the difference is. I honestly have no idea why if it's not supposed to be in there, they should have just pulled it, in my opinion. So this goes in like this. Lock that back. I have no idea what you're referring to. My buddy who just texted me something random that I think is still in chat. Because I don't know when you sent it based on the time delay. Because there is a time delay from what I say to what you guys hear, which is why I can't have volume up when I do this, and because it will mess with you. Not sure about what. And there's that. And if you're referring to the video I was talking about, that's coming out this coming Friday. So, yes, I am sure about that because it wasn't in there. And sorry, I'm not used to doing this while recording myself. So for these, wow, everybody disappeared. Sometimes the spring direction matters, other times it doesn't. This one, memory serves right, it does. We'll find out here real quick. What is going on? Okay, let's go with the updated version because that was not coming out far enough. That might be why they upgraded it. The upgraded one has a brass on the bottom, so if it ever... That's still not coming out quite as far as it should. It's kind of crazy to me. Let's flip the spring over because if I'm wrong, it could just have too much tension on it and it won't let it come out far enough. Nope. Well, apparently that's just how it's going to be. So then once all that's done, you have this assembled, you just take this, push them together, and it's pretty much one piece forever. When I say that, you can't pull it back apart. But you should never need to, because when it comes time to replace it, or when it comes time to replace the ink, it just unthreads. So, all right. I want to know what happened because it looks like everything just completely got wiped out. I'm really confused now. But all right, folks, so that is all the pens we did today. As well as our bowl and our bottle stoppers. So yeah, there's that. Bottle stoppers, bowl. If I was doing production, I would be really sad about this, but that's why I like to hang out. I can take my time and play. So with that, I think I am going to be lazy and sit down for a second. I think I just bumped something I wasn't supposed to. I did, I apologize. All right. Oh, cool. It's all the way down. Yeah, I make mistakes a lot, my dude. But yeah, so anyway, I think that's where I'm going to call it for today because I am tired. Not really tired, just I got a lot of other stuff to do, including prepping for an aquarium repair I got to do tomorrow. So yeah, from there, I think I will say cat in the hat, dappy dat. See y'all later.